Good morning, everyone. Me see if the sound is okay here. See if the sound is okay here. See if the sound is okay. Yep. So, yesterday we were a bit unsure of how to start. We had maybe one task, and we had to do some brainstorming. Especially at the end, we did some brainstorming. And last night and this morning, I thought a little bit about it, and now I think I have more than enough to work on. I did end up trying a little bit of mother load yesterday, and some things that really stood out to me was how fast the mining actually was, um, how good it felt to mine through the rocks compared to the system I have. It doesn't feel as impactful to mine stuff as it does in mother load. So the feel when you dig through stones in mother load, it's way better. Another thing was in mother load, of course, you have a lot of resources like iron, gold, silver, bronze, and rare resources deep down, right? So just the fact that you can get excited about seeing a more rare resource and it actually is rewarding to find it and dig it up makes it a lot more fun. So that's something I will have to add more resource types. And I believe in order for the shop to stay like consistent and easy to use, that if you find like other resources like gold and mithril or whatever it is, that the shop doesn't require you to have specific materials. Like it doesn't require you to have gold exactly or mithril exactly. Instead, I should make just a cash resource, like money you get from delivering different types of resources. Um, so we would, for example, want my my restream chat is gone, but I guess no one talked in the YouTube chat the past 2 days, so I suppose for today I can leave it off and I can fix it for tomorrow. And I'll just follow the Twitch chat for today. Pop by YouTube from time to time. Okay. So we want a new way to count resources, and we want use cache, use a singular resource as cache for shops and inventory. Different minerals and special gems have different values per weight. This brings up an important question for the depth scaling, though, because at the moment, the depth scaling scales the weight and value of materials like iron. For example, when you go from depth 1 to 2, the weight and value of iron doubles. And it's also more common to find iron deeper down. So there's going to be a whole balancing issue here, right? If I go really deep and there's going to be more gold, for example, let's say that's really valuable, and then on top of it being more common, it's also going to be worth X times more because it's deep in the mine. This is gonna make it like exponentially more important to get deeper in the mine. So if that's a good thing or bad thing, like the optimal strategy will always be to dig straight down, I guess. I suppose having like perhaps more depth between each layer so that you don't get like increased difficulty every 5 layers, but maybe instead like every 10, 15 layers, then it's less interesting to dig like super deep straight away. Like let's say you get like to layer 10 and you find some interesting resources. You definitely want to pick up those before you go search for something layer 16 plus, like that. So yeah, it's going to be a whole balancing issue, but I do definitely think that multiple types of minerals and special drops are going to be super important to make the mining fun. And of course, having like the mining feel good, since we are gonna do probably 70% of the game is gonna be mining things. It has to feel really good, you know. It has to be smooth, impactful, just feel good overall. So that was a little rant after I played some Motherload. We noted down laser weapon yesterday, an explosive weapon, that those two could be potential new weapons. This morning I noted down that the sniper could be fun, and I remember from I played Borderlands 2 a long time ago. Then one of my favorite mechanics in the game was mechanic on like a sniper character, Zero, I think he was called, where basically as long as you kept making consequent critical hits, it would keep building up a multiplier, and it would actually go to like 999% more damage or something crazy like that, like 10 times the damage basically. And that was really exciting and fun to like keep making those shots count. Probably not gonna 10x the damage, but triple the damage or something. Or I was thinking perhaps the sniper could originally do a little less damage than another weapon, and then scale up to doing like double or triple the damage of a normal weapon if you never miss a critical spot, making it very rewarding to be careful about what you hit. This would also utilize the piercing mechanic, which I think I would just do like use a collider to see which hurt boxes the bullet pierces. Long cylinder, not long box collider, I guess. I was thinking maybe a drill gun could be fun, where basically the mechanic is that you fire a drill into an enemy that sticks and then slowly burrows his way through the enemy and then deals damage per second. And I'm really excited to make like a damage meter actually. I'm interested to see like what difficulties lies within making a damage meter and how well we can make it appear on the screen, I suppose. I don't know. I'll have to think a little bit about how I make it, but it's basically gonna store total damage and damage per second of each weapon during a wave, and that's it, I guess. We're gonna have to pass weapon type to the hurt box as damage is dealt. The hurt box must pass a signal of total damage after calculation, as well as weapon type that dealt damage. The script must receive the signal and store. Store total damage per weapon type. Yeah. something like that. Perhaps I should just start with the damage meter, but that is the one I'm most excited about. It's also gonna be, but even if I do that one after I make a couple more weapons, it's not gonna be a lot of extra work to add the weapon type passing through the damage. Yeah, like it's fine if we wait with it as well. Wow, QRT 42. Amen. It's going good. Just started up game dev again for 2026, and very excited to get going full time. Gonna be working a lot more this year. I'm happy to see you are back. I wasn't sure if you were gonna be back after the long Christmas vacation I had. How are you doing? Hmm. Could do the laser weapon to begin with, I suppose. On top of normal meshes between. Should that laser actually bounce though? Maybe it shouldn't bounce the laser. I don't think so. But on top of the normal mesh of the laser beam, we add the emission, make it glow, make the impact of the laser glow extra, slash omnilight. You try to be where the Godot game dev is. Yeah, I'm glad you're back. Like yesterday, I made a bouncing mechanic for my machine gun, and I'm not sure if the machine gun is the right weapon for it because either I have to make the shots ridiculously visible, the beam of the shot, or I want to be able to see the bounces visibly. Um, but I'm very happy with how the bouncing mechanic ended up working, though. I'm gonna show you. Let's see. Let's just put 20 seconds on the wave of enemies, and let's cheat our inventory a little bit. So we start with some resources, so we can buy the bounce. Over here. machine gun bouncing. Now it's gonna bounce 3 times. Get some fire rate, get some damage. Then I'm not sure the exact range of the bounce. I guess they have to be pretty close, like these two. Yeah. And it does. It is the same. It's the same yellow line between the bounces as well. It's just not. It's just so hard to see. Like, you see it when you go close, but it's like it's impossible to see when you're far away. But yeah. You saw me yesterday, but you had a meeting. Ah, okay, cool. I'm glad you stopped by anyways. So yeah, basically I'm happy with the bouncing mechanic, but I'm gonna have to make it so that we can see the bullets bouncing. Otherwise it's way less cool. So I might make a few dedicated weapons for that utilizes the bouncing more, perhaps. I'm not sure. With the number of weapons increasing though, then I would have to consider like how many weapons is the player gonna carry, and what weapons are gonna be manually aimed. These are questions that I would have to answer. You know, like, am I gonna have multiple classes that use different types of weapons? So maybe like each class, like one class is a laser weapon dude, one class is a sniper dude. It's a possibility. Another possibility would be that you actually are able to buy a lot of different weapons, and then most of them are like auto-targeting weapons, such as the missile launcher and the other homing missile weapon I have. Possible as well. The slug oil, lightning, chaining between enemies. Chains to all enemies inside sphere range. Bounces from main target to all nearby. Oh yeah, I did have like big ballista. Rework ballista as a weapon. Giant metal arrows that stick to the enemy. I wonder if I should make any combo potential as well, like hmm, sticking tons of metal arrows in an enemy and then exploding them for extra damage or something. I don't know. Hmm. Wonder what I'm gonna do first. Could do the sniper since it's very fun to. Since I really like the idea of scaling damage on subsequent critical hits. Um, it adds a really fun challenge. Could do the laser because that's the one I talked about yesterday, and we can try some emission and some tricks around the impact zone to make it actually look cool. It's also quite unique as it's a heavy target killer. Like it will deal less damage than normal weapons on like the small fry, but really melt the big bosses or the sturdy enemies that comes. But yes, figuring out like what weapons should be auto firing. I don't know if you ever tried like mini games in Warcraft 3 or StarCraft 2 where you have like a ship where you just keep attaching weapons and they all automatically just fire. Because that was you already see the missile launcher and the homing projectile. It's like auto firing weapons that target the closest enemy, or you can set it to target random enemies, right? Um, like in Megabunk, you almost only have these auto target weapons as well. Um, there is for sure some. Uh, it is for sure like fun to do as well. What should I manually aim is basically what I'm considering here. Even if I make a laser weapon, where where you get like great benefits from targeting the sturdy enemies, the big enemies, I could still just have the laser, like give the player the option to set the laser to target the sturdy enemies, and I could have that as default, right? And And I could have it as an auto-targeting weapon. And of course, on top of auto-targeting, we also do have we have a lock-on system, which basically allows us to have all the weapons with auto-targeting prioritize what to hit, so I can lock onto this guy's head, and then when I'm in range, the weapon should fire on his head exactly. And that way I can like hit the weak spots even with auto-target weapons. What would be your preference, QRT, if you had like the option to have class weapons, which was very unique and impactful in the build, like a laser class that really melted bosses, for example? Or would you rather have like a larger arsenal of weapons you can upgrade and attach to the player, which works like in Megabonk, where the weapons are just auto firing and deleting tons of enemies around you? Like what is the most fun, you think? FPS player? Then for you, the most fun would probably be the class system then, where you could like have a very high impact on the weapon that you aim yourself. And you would basically have like a target practice in CS GO, where you hit all the heads very fast in a row. You like the reload. That's interesting. It's something that I like, the actual reload mechanic. I'm not sure if it's in this game, like since you have so many weapons and stuff, but perhaps co-op only. Okay. I think the only co-op first-person shooter I played was Borderlands 2, to be honest. It was fun. Like I talked about the sniper here. I don't know if you played Borderlands 2, but I loved in that game how you could actually scale the sniper's damage really high if you kept hitting critical spots on the enemies. Like as if you missed once, the entire combo was gone. But as long as you kept hitting those critical spots, your damage would really go through the roof. And it was a really fun like mini game as I was killing my way through the campaign. I like that. Like this weapon. This weapon has to be first person, I think. Or completely balanced differently if it's going to be auto targeting. Your favorite game in 2017 was Firefall. Yeah, it got a bit of fantasy, Halo, Borderlands vibes, maybe. I don't know. It's a lot of. I'm just looking at the images, but it looks like perhaps it could be. That you could move quite well in the game, perhaps, and have really interesting weapons. I haven't tried it myself, that game. I think the laser, the sniper are two weapons high on the priority. And then I'm gonna need an explosive weapon probably. Then maybe like a Tesla coil. Then the revert ballista. And possibly the drill gun in the end. It was the best during the beta. That's interesting. So it kind of took the wrong direction then, or was it just the hype around the game because it was new? No bouncing. I think we should just get started with the laser here. It's gonna be like variant of the machine gun when it comes to how it functions, I think. A reworked machine gun. Let's say it starts with starts at 0.5 machine gun damage per second and rises to 2 times machine gun damage per second over after just like 4 seconds. I don't know. Depends on the balance of the game, how many enemies I'm gonna have compared to how sturdy they're gonna be, things like that. But that's a balancing issue for later. Just add a ramp time. Add a ramp time variable. So how did I do it with my guns currently? Like, do all of them actually have different scripts? Close all. These two have the script machine gun. This is the missile launcher. This is the piercing homing missile. What I'm considering right now is, should I at this point make one script that every gun is going to utilize and then just have certain mechanics um, lock, being locked behind the weapon type chosen? Because there's a lot of similarities in these scripts. So let's say we add like enum on top where you choose the weapon type. And then the functionality of the weapon changes based on the weapon type. The upgrades given can change based on the weapon type. Like, not all weapons can bounce, for example. What worries me is if I add 10 weapons and I figure out like something new that I want in my weapon scripts, I'm gonna have to do it 10 times, which is very inefficient. I already have this weapon type. Any of these variables are changeable in the inspector. I could even add bools to say things like max range, upgrade bool, whatever. Um, and then just set it in the inspector to true or false, whether this weapon type is gonna be able to receive this kind of upgrade. Let's see. That might not even be necessary, actually. Because the shops will, of course, send the weapon type they upgrade, which is chosen up here. Make one weapon script for all weapons. Hope it's not gonna get too messy when I do this. Could very well become troublesome very quick, but see. Like the machine gun weapon is quite different, I think. This one uses a raycast, which the others don't. Hmm. I would definitely have to section up the code very much, like for all of these upgrade types, like for example, the bounce. I would have to make a very clear section in the code where the bounce gets calculated and add some variables such as if the bounce should go to the closest target or a random target and things like that, depending on the weapon type. And In the end, perhaps it is not bad to have it separate. I'm not sure though. I suppose an option could be things like weapon upgraded, which is like this is something every weapon is gonna use with different values. Maybe that could be its own script and I just add it to every weapon. Make it modular like that. A bunch of tiny scripts. Hmm. Of- I'm, I'm leaning towards having just a separate script for each weapon. I'm just hoping I'm not gonna regret that. Because there is like small differences everywhere. And oh, my gut is kind of telling me though that I should make it more modular. Yeah, yeah. The weapon upgraded, I'm pretty sure I could have modular. Then all of these variables, I could probably have modular. But then Maybe add some bools for the ones that is not used on the specific weapon. Or it could just be like set to 0 then. Okay, thanks for stopping by, QRT. Have a nice day too. Mm. Weapon info and upgrades. So that one would keep all of these values. Damage, fire rate, max range, all of this. I wonder if I can pass the function as an argument. through a function like fire. That would be very interesting, I think. So like Godot. Could I pass function? I should probably. Do I have a short message to ChatGPT so it doesn't? It works a little better. the Okay, we could try this. This one we can add here as well. Could I pass a function, a parameter to this function? AG, allowing the pass function to run every once for each multi-shot here. Can pass a function as a parameter, but you must use callable, not a raw function reference. Pass function callable. Passing a method from another node. Fire, callable, up a node, shoot. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see. In my example, we're using launch missile as a function on my weapon script, and I want to pass it to reference node script. Uh, reference node dot fire callable self launch missile. Is this syntax correct? Okay, so that's how we do it. Hmm. Okay. We can move the fire function. Let's see. Weapon stats. New script. Weapon functionality. Or weapon. We have weapon stats, but we can also make the fire function in here. Weapon core, I don't know. We have firing, where we have a callable. Fire function, callable. See that? Okay. This is of course going to be an issue then, like targeting. Set target. Would have to have a bool for that, I guess. How to target bool. If auto target. I could actually use if area target selector. So how is it looking right now is we're gonna see if the gun is loaded. I'm not sure. These. Hmm. These are maybe supposed to be in the other script though. Weapon fire. Reloading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one would have to get delta, I suppose. Time since last reload is increased by delta time. If time since reload is larger than or equal to fire rate, Fire once for each multi-shot. That weapon to not loaded. If loaded, return. So since we used the delta time, the time since last reload could actually be bigger than the fire rate. So when we do this part, time since last reload, when we fire is reduced by the fire rate. Let's see if I can show. Say that this is the time required to reload here, and the shot is fired. So delta time had actually passed from here to here, like that. This is delta time jump. So we are actually past the point where we finish the reload when we fire here. Now, when we reduce, this is the fire rate. So when we reduce this, and this is reduced by fire rate, we are already a good portion of the way to the next shot. this can be good because it makes it so that when you're lagging or like low FPS, it doesn't hurt your damage per second. Yeah. And instead of returning loaded, we could actually just set loaded here. If loaded, forget about it. Since we return unloaded, this the time since reload is never gonna accumulate very far past fire rate though. Then we don't have to return the bool like that. We just set the loaded here. We don't actually have to set loaded to false. We just have to, because loaded is set to false when we fire. And we have an early exit if it's loaded here. So. Multi-shot and multi-shot cooldown should both be gathered from weapon stat. Reload if needed. Or try reload, whatever. Reload if needed is kind of more accurate, and try fire is accurate because we check if it's loaded and then we fire if it is. So I think this modularity is good now. Weapon, reload, fire. Let's make ripped for weapon stats. And on this one, let's go get the weapon upgrade. So this one is listening for the signal of weapon upgraded. And it checks if our weapon type is the same as the weapon type that was upgraded. Since this is a general script, we're not going to have like push errors on specific things. We just have to make sure that the shop is not set up to like sell bounds for a missile launcher, for example. If we were to use a push error here, we would have like a if statement that went through tons of different weapon types and said like these weapons cannot be upgraded. Okay, let's look at the weapon stats here. Weapon information. Weapon info. So we choose the weapon type in the inspector. And here we have to make sure we have all the variables which exist down here. We have I don't know, range. Range is a built-in keyword. That's why I changed it to max range. I see. Max range. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Load references. And that is area 3D, I believe. Hmm. Now it's this max missile part. Okay, let's see. Did we get all of the other types? Damage, fire rate, range, multi-shot, projectile speed, turn speed. Bounce is not here. Bounce should be integer and the default should be 0. Maybe all the defaults should just be 0. Well, fire rate can be 1, I guess, to avoid bugs. Ah, 20 default. But the thing is, the weapon should upgrade when the weapon should upgrade when the game starts, like based on the shops we set up. So all of these values should be overwritten, except multi-shot maybe. Okay, projectile speed, bounce, turn speed, max projectiles. Projectiles. Max projectiles. We have these max projectiles here. Some weapons might have a maximum number of projectiles. And that should be taken into account when firing, I guess. Max projectiles. Check. So how can I keep track of these active projectiles? If active projectiles larger than or equal to max projectile. Maybe I should just keep that in the weapon information. we can say if see if the weapon stats max projectiles is something else than 0, then we are going to do the max projectiles checks. So then if max projectiles check, we run this. And it has to be run also at the end of firing here. So here it's checked just before we fire the first one. Then we fire once. We get ready for the next multi-shot. If there's no remaining multi-shots, we stop. When we are ready to fire the next shot, we can then check if we reach the max projectile still and then return. The reason why we don't put this right after firing is so that perhaps in the time between we fire and the next shot is ready, one of the missiles from before might have disappeared, making spot for a new one. A multi-shot cooldown should exist here. So when we change multi-shot, we should do update multi-shot cooldown. Down here, we can update the multi-shot cooldown. Multi-shot cooldown is fire rate divided by multi-shot. So let's say we have one second cooldown on our shot, and we have 3 multi-shot. Then the multi-shot cooldown should be 1 divided by 3, 0.33. So what's going to happen then is that at 0 seconds, we're going to fire immediately. Then we're going to wait multi-shot cooldown before the next shot, which is 0.33 for the second shot. And the third shot is going to happen at 0.66. And then all 3 shots are fired well in time before the next shot. Actually, no. No, we don't want it spread out like that. I remember, like, instead of having it equally spread like here, here, and here, what we want is, if these are the shots, right? These two. What we want is actually the multi-shot to fire like this. And then wait time before the next shot. So it's like a rapid fire, like brrrt, brrrt, like a burst. Otherwise, it just feels like higher fire rate. So it's going to be something like multi-shot multiplied by 5, like that. And this update must also happen when we update the fire rate. And then we just have to be careful that multi-shot is never 0. It shouldn't be, but just have to make sure, because otherwise we would divide by 0 and that would be bad news. Okay. I'm gonna have to put some wood in the oven. Today we are at -6 degrees. Pretty warm for Norway. Be right back. Yo. Now with wood in the oven, warm coffee, and a woolen sweater, I think we're good. Okay, multi-shot. Weapon upgrade. Okay. We have reloading, firing, and we have weapon information. Hmm. And stats. Target selector, range, shape radius. Do we update these? Yes, we do. If loaded and target. Okay. New script. Missile launcher. New. Let's test it with the missile launcher and see. First we copy old missile launcher script. And here we can make some changes. Firing. That happens in the other script. Reload. Happens in the other script. The loaded check happens in the other script. Weapon reload and fire. That can be a node, I suppose. And then we need weapon stats, which can also be a node. The area target selector. Missile. Weapon parts. And so here, missile launcher info. Blast, damage, fire rate, max range, multi-shot cooldown, projectile speed, and turn speed. These are all in the weapon stats. This is in the reload script. This is done in the weapon stat script. This is the signal we need in the weapon stat script, actually. The This might have to happen in ready. Where did we? No, 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 no. This one. We do it in ready. Yeah. Weapon stats. Trunk ready. Only the server have to do this. Okay. So far, so good. And this has been moved. Update multi-shot cooldown has been moved. But yeah, barrage fire rate, that's a good idea. Weapon stats. Barrage fire rate. Load. 5. How quickly multi-shot triggers. Okay. Oh yeah, reload if needed should have a delta pass to it, right? Weapon, reload and fire. Delta time, yep. Cool. And launch by fire should send launch missile, but the syntax of this is a bit different. So it's like this. What should I write here? It's like every shot. This happens every single shot, every multi-shot. Each bullet, each fire, tick. So setup, and then process, and finally firing. Okay, so it's definitely more modular now. Let's see, are there other things? This peer ID setup is probably gonna happen for every weapon. Let's see. Machine gun. Here the process is actually handled by the client and handled input handled by the client, and physics process it's handled by everyone. But this firing is always false for anyone except the one that owns the node, I suppose. Hmm. Maybe it is modular enough like this. Uh, uh, mm, mm. Missile launcher. We now add missile launcher new here. Then we have to add these two. They should be nodes, I suppose. Weapon stats. And weapon reload fire. Now for this one, needs a reference to the weapon stats, area target selector, this one needs the area target selector. Here we have to tweak the weapon type, damage. Oh, actually, all of these, I don't think we have to tweak. So how is it? They're going to be set on game start, I think. Now we assign weapon stats and weapon reload fire here. Of course, it's not going to work on the first try, but let's see what is working and what is not working. Not bad. Does the lock-on work? Yeah. Damage, I can see it's correct. Now let's try some upgrades. Maybe multi-shot. Multi-shot works. Let's try a damage upgrade. Damage upgrade works. Fire rate. And range. Seems like everything working. A little surprised, but I suppose mostly just moved code around, so yeah, maybe I shouldn't be that surprised. So with our current setup, making a new weapon is gonna entail basically this. Need a mesh for the weapon. Need like whatever is gonna spawn from the weapon, I guess. Need a reference to the missile spawner route, all of this. This is often needed, but not always. Better information. This handles the reloading and the firing. The target selector handles the setting of the target if it's not point and click. I think I can actually reuse the target selector script for my sniper. Should make a note of it so I remember. Sniper. Reuse area target selector and just use and just add a section. or sniper that hits all targets. Being collided with. But does the area target selector maybe? Does it look for character bodies maybe? Yeah, definitely finds the enemy character bodies, this one. So I would have to change it to look for enemy hurt box. Yeah, and these are also checking specifically for character bodies. That would have to change as well then. So perhaps I should just make a separate script, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just make a separate script. Use some functionality from area target selector. Change to hurt boxes. Iterate through any critical hurt boxes. Mark enemy routes that have been targeted already. To avoid shooting same enemy multiple times. Could of course be an actual mechanic of the sniper as well, that you could like shoot through multiple body parts, but if I did that, the problem is I would have to think about it on every single enemy that I make. A lot of collision boxes for like this enemy has like 15 collision boxes in a row, the sniper is just gonna one shot them. That would be a bit silly. I think it's enough that the sniper is allowed to go through a hitbox, a hurt box that is non-critical and actually into a critical hurt box. That is a big enough benefit by itself, I think. make weapon scripts more modular before making more weapons. So we had weapon stats script, and we had reload fire script. So for missiles, the impact effect, it's gonna be like a part of the missile colliding. We don't have to think that much about it on those. But for like machine guns and point and click weapons, the impact is gonna be spawned in script here based on the collision location. And my question is kinda, could I make just this like a modular thing? Where I give the impact effect, and I give the impact location. The impact effect should be pooled as well, though. And the same with tracers. This as well is like a weapon effect that is probably gonna show up on multiple weapons. Okay. So we can make a script and we can call it like weapon visuals, visual effects. I guess that's VFX, right? Isn't that like the short version for it? Is VFX visual effects? Okay. Create. So there's a lot of things we could add to that VFX actually. Could have like the tracer, the impact effect, and we could also have like muscle light. We could also have like SFX, VFX. Let's just copy this in for now and then start brainstorming a little on how we can do it. These two. Um, okay. Mm, so this part, launch missile. If a missile is launched, like all the logic about it colliding, doing damage, how its trajectory is, what it does to change targets, everything like this is logic inside the missile itself. So I think that the act of just launching the missile could Could be a modeler script as well, you know. Hmm. Well, if we made it modeler, let's just do it quickly and see like how it would look. Do we make a separate one for missiles and one for one for missiles and one for point and click weapons with bounds? see, which one was it? This one. So launcher new. Just keep this text. Go weapon. Go spawner. Launch missile. Missile. You also need a spawn location. So it would look like this. And then missile spawner would also have to reference the weapon spawner. Just have to help my family for a second. Be right back. All right. We are back. So it might look like it's really minimal that we save by moving this over here, and that's kind of true. But the difference is that if we ever are to change how this works, we just have to change it one place instead of 5 places, you know? Should we pass both the player and the target, or should we make references here? Target, I suppose we should pass for sure. Should we pass the player as well? Don't know. Missile scene. This is not used anywhere, right? No, we can remove that. This one, is that used? Yes. It is moved, used to set the spawn location of the missile. Okay. So if we go to our missile launcher, we add node of the missile spawner. Okay, so missile spawner. Assign the player and the weapon stats. Okay. Is this used somewhere? Peer ID. Peer ID is not used anywhere. meaning I can remove that. Player is then not used either, because that is used in the launch missile script. See if it still works. Okay. There's an error. This one. The base nil. Go here. Assign the missile spawner. Let me try again. Okay, it's working again. So SFX, VFX. Tracer spawning. Impact effect spawning. So if you have the tracer as pooled scene, then we would get it before we send it to the spawn tracer script. And we wouldn't have to instantiate it, I believe. Just do this part. So spawning the impact effect. We do actually use the location of the where the shot was fired, because we want to spawn the impact effect not exactly at the position of the impact, but slightly in front of it. Otherwise we would spawn it like in halfway inside the enemy. So we're gonna want bullet origin. We could probably export a variable here for 1 point from hit point. Spawn distance from hit. The float. Like this. That way, if we have a larger effect that needs to be further away than 0.01 distance, then we can just tweak it. Let's see, we're gonna need the bullet origin position, the hit position, and we're gonna need the impact effect scene. Get tree current scene, add child impact effect scene. Okay. So normally you wouldn't want this as RPC calls necessarily. You could just use the multiplayer spawner. I'm not sure why I didn't end up doing that. I would probably have like a reference to the multiplayer spawner I would use in references here. Var missile spawner root. Just copy this. I'm back for a little while my program is compiling. Are you using some add-ons? No, not that I am aware of, no. Maybe the reason why I didn't use the multiplayer spawner is because the timing was a bit stupid with the setups here. Yes. That could be it. So I should maybe use the RPC calls on these then. Reliable. tracer scene. Setup. You looked at a few dialogue systems, but none of them really appeal to you? I see. I haven't looked at add-ons at all, so I'm not sure how they work. Hmm. Like this setup should be similar or exactly the same. Or other kind of tracers. Like when I'm gonna make my laser, I'm probably gonna use the same script. This one, bullet tracer script. It's easy. Press Asset Lib button at the top, and you can see download, install many add-ons. Input Manager. Deep raycast. Good to know that they exist at least. Guess you would have to read about them to understand, to see if it's something you can use, and then maybe you can have like a add-on which partly does what you want and you can finish it up or something. But I don't know if that's easier than writing it yourself in most cases. Okay. You use Debug Draw 3D and Panku console most of the time? I see. Can you read what I do before you download them? both are open source, but the debug draw 3D is pre-compiled. So I compiled debug draw 3D myself to be sure. Okay. So the point of this debug drawing is to like visualize a lot of things that might not normally be visible, or what? So that you can see it in the game clearly what's happening at the point. Now I think I will start creating one of my weapons, because we have been at it for almost 4 hours at this point, and we got some of these parts modular already, and then if we get to a point when we create a weapon, for example, I imagine if we had gotten to the point where we needed the bounce shot for a specific weapon, then we can make that modular when we get there, you know? It is to help you with debugging your game. What it does is to provide an API to create a 3D shape fast, but you must create the shapes. Okay, I see. Speeding up debugging is obviously important because debugging is a big part of game dev. If you are good at debugging, you're going to save yourself a lot of time. And if there's a tool to help you with that, sure. Let's make the laser. So our weapons baseline are like this: machine gun, the missile launcher mesh is in Node 3D. Let's keep doing that, like a Node 3D for the base. Call it laser. Add a mesh. really matter how it looks, because it's like this is gonna be the final product anyways. Perfect. Very pretty laser. So this is the mesh only, I suppose. Did you see the Gym Zoo Museum video from Godot Fest 2025? No, I haven't seen Godot Fest. What is that about? Your documentation should be in-game. I'll add it to my watch list. Yes, go ahead and post the link. It's fine. I'll add it to bookmarks. Thank you. Mm. With a node. Another node. Reload fire and stats. You recommend gym, zoos, museum, making of dog walk, peek under the hood, technical learnings from halls of torment, keepers to keepers, adding multiplayer to Dome Keeper. Okay, sounds good, man. Let me put it down here. URT 42. You're gonna make food, rice, mayo, soy sauce, and broccoli. That sounds amazing. Okay, muscle location. That's something that is nice to have on a laser mesh, I guess. Laser gun. Okay, so I suppose I can do it like this. Delete this. Give it this. Forgotten much. How is this gonna work? Not gonna add it here. I'm gonna go to the player, have the script attached here, and then we're gonna just make editable children visible, I guess. So we just export muscle location, the marker 3D, and then save it and drag this in here, like that. I can see here that the muzzle location on the machine gun is set here though. Probably without editable children. Can I do it like this? Still stays, okay. Less clutter on the screen. The target raycast. Should I just copy the entire script and then just remove parts as we go? So the muscle location we already added. It's a node reference. This we don't use. Gun model. It targets the mesh instance 3D. If I'm gonna do that, I better make these all together. And is that gonna look fine if I like rotate it and stuff? Yeah. Okay. Because then we can go here. Little children. These. Okay. Firelight we don't use. Raycast. I believe it's a part of the camera. Aiming weapons. The gun model. This one. Bounce radius. I don't think I'm gonna use bounce on the laser. It's a tough choice though. The laser could look very cool with bounce, but at the same time, I feel like the purpose of the laser is to burn down the large enemies quicker. I mean, we got all the targeting logic for the bouncing, so we could keep it in for now and remove it as well, because it's not going to be a lot of work. We would need an area 3D with collision shape of a sphere, something like that. And then see, bounce radius itself is not scaled, but we scale the collision shape inside. And then did you use an area target selector? Yeah. That's going to require the player reference, the range zone. The range zone is going to be this one. Lock on possible, no. Well, that depends if we're gonna auto target or not with the laser. Poof. Auto targeting with laser or manually targeting with laser? That's the question. Choices, choices, choices. Targeting method. Random. Guess it doesn't matter what it's set to. Okay. I think that's all the setup needed for it. Visibility manager. Tracer scene, impact effect scene. Yeah, I guess we can have those temporarily, but we're gonna still make pools to use. Impact effect with laser. Well, let's just use the. Just use this for now then. Fire sound. Fire sound. a laser firing sound. It's probably gonna be one build-up sound, one continuous sound, and one sound when it cools down, stops. Last shot end. When is that updated? The check target. Damage, fire rate, multi-shot bounce. These should all be in the stats. Next bullet shouldn't be needed. I guess the tracer of the laser should just stay active
and update its position. Maybe. Huh? Only the server. Everyone. Everyone. Okay. All by any run by server. So is firing is only gonna run for the authoritative player. And he's gonna ask the server to do this stuff. How is that gonna work? See on the missile launcher. X6 process is run by the server. Let's see. Only the server should do the aim? What does the aim do then? Aim checks the target, and then RPC is the gun rotation. Okay. What if we do the physics process to how is it called? Isn't it called like this? No. Multiplayer server. Multiplayer. What am I thinking? A server. Okay. Only the server runs this stuff. So then we can just do aim. Forget about this. Is firing. This is not set by the server though. So then it would have to be synced. So should I sync it here with an RPC, or should I just synchronize it with a multiplayer synchronizer? Visibility manager. Set visibility. Run by server. Run by server. So this is supposed to be something like RPC visibility manager, RPC ID1. That visibility, no. Something like that then. If is firing. Um, Weapon reload fire. Oh, reload if needed with the Delta pass. If we are firing, try fire. No argument. Fire function. Callable. Right, we can see in the missile launcher how we did that. Like this. And then we call it fire. Called by any run by server. Fire. Now it's called by server. If breakcast target hit the target. Okay. Aiming checks the target. Last shot and set in check target and hit target. Last. No. in check then. Check target. Last shot and yeah. Set in check target. Yo, welcome back, QRT42. Aim. Aim, reload, fire if firing. Aim, reload is in another script. Gun rotation, last shot then. Okay, that's fine. Then maybe can move it up. Here. Aim and rotation. Aim and fire. It's not part of check target, right? Last shot. That's the target and last shot and Kurt. That's fine. Okay. I'm following a cat on YouTube named Kurt. Aim, reload, fire. Now the fire should only be called by the server and run by server. Share fire sound and animation. Can be done in the end. So if you have a target, hit the target. The check target. That belongs here. Aim and rotation, and then we have firing. Which includes the sounds. Hitting the target. Well, hitting the target comes first, right? Spawn impact effect. Spawn tracer. An impact effect. Let's see, hitting the enemy. Bounce radius. Bounce. I am. Oof. So I imagine bounce shot I should take out the modeler part and like its own node. Maybe the fire sounds. The tracer and impact effect for sure. I already did that, to be honest. Just have to change it. Okay, so bouncing, these effects. And then what's up with this rotation though? Epilepsy. The laser tracer. Laser tracer. I feel like it should maybe be more of a activate and deactivate thing. I suppose the energy multiplier should go up the longer we aim at the same target. Hmm. I kind of wonder with the normal bullets as well if we could just keep this one tracer the whole time and then just have it go visible and not visible. The Snaggle Fluster. Hello. Go ahead. You can ask me any question you want.
Why isn't consciousness uncomputable? Because we haven't proved it yet, and I don't think that could be proven. Good question, mate. Well, I haven't looked at the definition of consciousness, but like, I suppose you would say a fish is conscious, cat is conscious, a human is conscious. Conscious is maybe like aware that you are, something like that. Aware that you exist? No, maybe not. Anything set theory makes something computable. Even saying all humans have sapient allows AI to be sapient. Well, in my opinion, it is no problem for an AI to be conscious. But it would probably have to work on a certain neural network that are able to mimic human consciousness to a big enough extent. Like, it really depends on how the AI is wired, right? Like, you could have a super smart AI that is not conscious. That I believe as well. Like, you could have an AI that is like 100 times smarter than the ones we have now, and it doesn't have to be like conscious. It's all about how it's wired, right? See the problem? We can't group humans to be sapient without allowing AI. Welcome back, Stolen ID. What a strange thing to ask F4 viewer programming streamer. Yeah. Well, it's good. I needed like a minute to chat. I'm doing things that a lot of people would find very easy, but since for me it's new, I get tired. I didn't understand your last sentence. See the price problem. We can't group humans to be sapient without allowing AI. That sentence, I think it's incomplete or ordered wrong or something. You have to rephrase it for me so I can understand it. Any sets of humans being sapient must allow AI to be sapient. You can use that term. Why would we have to make AI sentient? I think he's asking if AI can be sentient. And anything in any set makes it computable, meaning AI can do it. Well, this is like a broad question in AI, right? Like it's something that people are discussing. Like when you create 100,000 AI models which learn upon each other, and every time that a model is done learning or is improved upon, you delete the old model. So at what point does that deletion become murder? If you want to really think about it. But yeah, it's a bit abstract yet still. Let's say that an AI gets that it's proven sentient by some definition of sentient. Then should you be allowed to create these models which learn upon each other and delete their old models, which would basically be killing entire generations of old AI? If you learn AI based on AI, it evolves and spits garbage within few generations. Well, that depends on that really depends on the parameters, right? If you use the correct parameters, you could have like machine learning models that runs a few thousand times and keep getting better until a certain point. Like you just have to make sure they don't overtrain and like notice pattern in the data that are too complex, that doesn't make any sense and things like that, you know? LLMs cannot train on their own input because it reinforcement their flaws. Yes, that is likely correct, Stole 90. But for an AI to go through a data set a few thousand times and keep getting better is possible if you have like the correct parameters, of course, for the learning. The wiki says sentience is the ability to experience feelings and sensations. Feelings and sensations. So a lot of the feelings and sensations is probably from like the what should you call it? The balance of different biological things in the neural network, not the electronic circuits itself. Like maybe for an AI to meet that description, you would need to mix in some biology. I'm not sure. For it to be computable, it has to be under set theory because it doesn't require any cycles in itself. Also, sizeless sets exist, and infinite sets, and infinitesimal sets. For an AI not to be sentient, it has to be uncomputable. But is that to say that any AI that does anything is sentient? Like that would certainly not be true, but that is maybe not what you're saying. Let's see. I thought I would try something new with the beams here. Because now they look the same. But let me see. Am I actually... I shouldn't recreate these beams now though. No deletion and laser gun. Can I make it so that it only created once? Laser gun. How does it work? Spawn tracer instantiates a scene, right? So let's just tracer. What if we do this in like ready, for example, right? Ready. Spawn tracer. Well, I guess everyone is already running ready, so we don't have to RPC it then. If we spawn the tracer for everybody, and then we declare it up here. Blah 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 blah. Laser. Tracer scene. Tracer, node 3D. Okay. Here, tracer. Set to this.
Let's see how the discussion is going. You are saying is that the human experience is theoretically simulatable in its entirety, hence sentience can be possible. No, sentience is inheritable, incomputable, but any sets, even touching sentience, makes it computable, even down to 2 people. It's hard to follow, yeah. Do you agree we are both sentient and we are a group, me and you, that requires AI the ability to be sentient? Well, I think for such a deep discussion and trying to make logic out of this, you would need to step very slowly in like each logic step here. Any sets of sentience, even down to 2 people, makes it computable. But do you think that one consciousness then is computable? One sentience, I guess. If you forget about your sets, like, do you think that one consciousness, one sentience can be computed? It feels like there might be some stumbles in the logic here for sure, but it's like it's this discussion at the moment, I think, is almost more philosophical than logical. Because understanding what would be required to compute sentience is like very, very difficult. If you made a logical mistake or not is impossible for me to see. Because I don't have the time to like look into all the theories about the set and stuff that you are explaining. Let's pull this up. Yeah. I'll check back in on the discussion in 5 minutes. And see how it's going. I'll continue programming meanwhile. Very excited to see where this is going. Let's see. We spawned the tracer in the beginning. Now we have this tracer, and instead of spawning it down here, we could just move tracer. And then where we previously spawned tracer, we move tracer. Like that. Target spawn impact effect. Let me see. Move tracer. See, the move tracer requires start position and end position. Never mind, it's up here. Move tracer. So machine gun still spawns it though. It's gonna be super buggy right now, I guess. But for the laser, I believe that the tracer coming here is always the same one now. And it looks pretty much like the machine gun one. So we can actually just set it visible, not visible, in order to simulate machine gun fire instead of having a pool of tracers that we spawn and delete and spawn and delete and spawn and delete, or put back in the pool or whatever. We don't need to, because it's probably, I imagine it has to be cheaper, right, to just turn visibility on and off. Ooh, I don't have this. I'm gonna finish up the laser gun and then I'm gonna transfer some logic over to the machine gun. I'm also gonna try to modulate stuff, whatever you wanna call it. I guess modulate is probably not the right word, but I'm gonna try to like move things like bounce shot into its own script and the tracer right now is so simple, just calling the setup. So I don't think I'm gonna move it into any own script or anything. It basically is its own script right here. Just to make sure spawn tracer only happens in the beginning. Yeah. I wonder if I even do have to spawn it. Yeah, I have to spawn it. I wonder if it works in multiplayer. Ah, but this doesn't allow the tracer to. Now that I only have one tracer, I can't. It doesn't work for the bouncing though. Ay ay ay. So I do need to spawn tracers if I'm gonna create the bounce effect. At least one tracer per bounce. I could, of course, just every time I add a bounce, add a tracer, and then move the numbered tracer. Like tracer 2 belongs to bounce 2, tracer 3 belongs to bounce 3, and then. But this min-maxing is probably not worth it at all. Put my to work, like create extra work for this. Like What I would recommend Snagglefluster if you like do think that you might have actual flawless logic here is to write academic paper about it and like explain your logic there step by step and post it on like an academic site to have it peer reviewed. Like if you're able to like show that AI can be sentient, then that would probably be a big deal. And if there are any mistakes along the way in your thinking that you haven't considered yet, when you get it peer reviewed academically, then they will be able to explain it in a very good way. Like if there is some mistakes, that so you could continue working on the theory. That's what I would suggest. Hmm. Let's see. So I have a couple of options, right? I am spawning tracers for my bullets in my game, as well as my lasers. For a single tracer, I find it easy to just turn an existing tracer visible and not every shot, and move it / stretch it to fit the bullet trajectory. However, with bouncing bullets in the picture, I would need to add at least another tracer for every bounce so we can see the whole trajectory. Is it a lot cheaper to have a dedicated tracer for each bounce my weapon has, or may I as well just pool tracer scenes and instantiate them for every shot and every bounce as they happen? I will allow your link since I looked at it and it looks like normal paper. By the way, Snagglefluster, like when discussing these things, if I guess that goes for everyone in chat, but if you're discussing something logical, stay logical and don't throw insults, or else I don't want you in my chat, right? If you throw insults at others. So stay away from that. If you're throwing insults, then it's a sign that maybe you're not happy with how the discussion is going. I know people have been throwing insults in the chat, so I'm saying that has to stop. Anyways, both of you just keep it civil from now on, okay? Let's see. I have to try to get this work done as well. Dedicated tracers per bounce versus pooled tracers. So these are two directions that I can go, right? I imagine my weapons can get quite a few bounces. So if I reuse them every shot, which I do, with the current setup, I was spawning them. So cheapest at runtime, simple and predictable. Creative bounces are bounded and small. Let's see, global pool tracers. This is like what I had in the first place, which is probably the easier way to implement. Easy to. It scales well. I do wonder though, I might actually have to queue freedom depending on how, like pooling with the multiplayer spawners, it's not a good combination. I think if I'm gonna use pooling properly with the tracers, then I might have to use RPC calls to summon them. Let's see. Pooling is recommended. If each weapon has a known small max bounce count, you can do hybrid. The issue I ran in with pooling before with the multiplayer spawners, it seemed like if I spawned a node in the multiplayer spawner, returned it to the pool, and later on that same node were spawned in the multiplayer spawner again, Godot got confused. So if I were to use pooling, I would either have to just create a preset pool of 50 where I actually deleted the entries, just preloading them basically and deleting them, almost like not using a pool. But yeah, deleting it when it's used, because when it's reused, it gets confused. Or if I were to actually use pooling properly, I think I would have to create the pool for the tracers so that every client keeps its own pool and spawns its own tracers. Then it wouldn't get confused because I wouldn't use any multiplayer spawners. Move, tracer. Hmm. The tracers are no 3Ds. See. Specific tracer. Now. Spawn tracer. On ready. We spawn one tracer. I'm actually gonna RPC this because I'm gonna use it again. So how I want to do it then is Yes, okay. I have an array of tracers then. Tracer. Like this. Then I do tracer array dot. Is it called append in Godot? GDScript? Is this the correct way to append the tracer when it's tracer to an array when it's spawned? Yeah, of course. This has to be like that. Fine. Doesn't want to use true, okay. Fine, we'll make a tracer container. Just hold on a second here. I'll get back to you. Uh, uh. I have a question for the two of you brainiacs. What is the most important thing that I can add which would make mining enjoyable and exciting in my game? You think my own API will be what makes mining the most interesting in my game? Or are you talking about the AI thing? Applause on every broken block, yeah? That would not get repetitive. Mining needs to be faster, definitely. That's something I noticed. That's something I noticed when I played even that old Flash game. What was it? Motherload. I tried it and tried to remember why I thought it was fun, and that game moved way faster in progress than what mine did. Smaller blocks, more speed. Yeah, could try smaller blocks as well. CMDR Tib Tib. Yo yo. How are you doing? Some vector shader thingy with depth map. Is that to like make the blocks look better? Or no blocks at all? Huh. No blocks at all, huh? Vector shader. Yeah, I see. I see. A game that did that, which I kind of liked, was oh, not sure if I can remember it. Hydroneer, something like that. Um, it is satisfying. Going pretty good, fighting with my own script, and it's giving me a headache. Been there. I think I'm there right now, actually. I know that feeling. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Snagglefluster. I appreciate it, man. Let's see. Meow every time a block breaks. Yeah. First the meow, then an applause. I think we're really getting somewhere now. The Snagglefluster. Yeah. I think it's a very good idea to teach yourself how to code while working. Like, I feel like you learn a lot more when you do it in a project, when you learn what you have to know, when you have to know it, you know? Instead of learning a million things and using 10 of them, it's better to learn the exact 10 things that you need. It's over 300 lines right now, and you think you got the interface and GUI working. Well drawn. That's really good then. Just keep working at it, man. Hey, Kitaro. Sorry if you said hi on YouTube. I didn't get my multi-chat to work today. My bad. Welcome though. How are you doing, man? Tracer scene, instantiate, get tree, current scene, agile, temp tracer, tracer array, append temp tracer. Okay. But let's see, instead of current scene, can we use VFX holder? Yeah. Just place it there. You're home, a bit sick, but for the rest, you're okay? Glad to hear it, mate. Glad to hear it. Did you end up going to Japan in the end? Or any plans to do so? Move, tracer. Need to get better first. Okay. Hope you feel better soon, man. Hope it's nothing serious. Specific tracer. Okay. When I move the tracer now, I need to say which tracer I move. Suppose an array is the first element in an array in Godot 0 indexed. Yes, okay, so when I iterate through the number of bounces, keep in mind the first shot has already hit. So we can let the first, how is this? Number of bounces. Weapon stats bounce. So let's say it's 2, then it goes from 0 to 2, 0 and 1. So 2 bounces. Number of bounces. Okay. So we first hit, then we bounce twice if we have 2 extra bounces. The first hit is gonna use index 0. bounce 1 is gonna use index 1 and bounce 2 is gonna use index 2. Since I here starts on 0, we're gonna have to do I plus 1 as the index, I believe. Do damage and spawn tracer. So var tracer to spawn could be tracer array at index I plus 1. And then tracers to spawn is sent to this. I guess it's tracer to move. And then where's the original hit target, blah blah blah, spawn impact. Here is the initial tracer. Start position, last shot. Yeah, because this one is still missing what tracer to move then. So tracer to move equal tracer array 0. Have a cookie. Those help. Yep, for sure. Tracer to move. Okay, with this sorted, I think what we have to do next is make sure everybody fills this array as we increase the number of bounces. So this part has to run when we increase the number of bounces. We increase the number of bounces when we buy them in the store. Let's close other tabs. Let's take a look at the store here. Close other tabs. World. Here I have a store. Or well, I don't have a laser store yet. Let's look at this one. Try upgrade. If it upgrades, then the emit signal weapon upgrade, weapon type, next upgrade value. Okay, so we have to listen for weapon upgraded and then check if it's the weapon type that we're currently using and then check that it's a bounce. Like if it's a laser being upgraded and it's bounce being upgraded, then we can add Am I ever gonna upgrade more than one bounce at a time? If I did, then I would have to check that the upgrade value is the same, that the size of the array with the tracers is then the same as the number of bounces, right? Weapon upgraded. Here we have an example of how you listen to weapon upgraded from the signal bus. So I guess we can do that here as well. Just connect weapon upgraded like that, and then do weapon upgraded. See what are we sending? We're sending these 3. Weapon type, we're gonna have to check. Upgrade type. We have to check. Value. Value is, well, you might as well code it in the value as well. What I was thinking then is we check if weapon type equal weapon stats dot weapon stats. Should have a weapon type as well, yeah. Weapon type and upgrade type equal bounce. When this type of upgrade happens, we have to fill the array with tracers until we have enough. Let's see. The array size has to be the number of bounces, the value here, plus 1, because there's an initial shot, and if there's 1 bounce on top of that, we're gonna need an array with a size 2. So the number of bounces plus 1. Tracers to add equals the current size of the array, I guess. Number of bounces. Let's see. Value. Number of bounces. For I in tracers to add. When you do for I in 2, I do have to do range. When I do I in range 2, then it does 0 and 1, right? So it does 2, yeah. Say, what's your job? How old are you? Why the fuck don't you have back problems yet? Well, I have little back problems, quite a lot of neck problems that comes and goes. I'm too old. I think I don't even know how old I am. I'm 35, I think. You're the same age. High five? Yeah, high five, man. We are both old. No job, no. My last job I had for 10 years, but it's been a while since I had a job now. I am currently applying for some funds from that I can steal from the government, while I will try very, very hard to make game dev work for 1 year. So if they say yes, I will get basically money for to live for a year while I work on games. Yeah, full commitment. It's like they sponsor you for a year while you try to get a business up and running. Is basically the thing. Well, if they pay me, and I already don't have a job, it's it's not a bold move, to be honest. It's the only thing is I would have a year off my resume, right? But if I can show what I've been working on it in that time, it's no problem. Ah, you're from Germany, I see. Similar workings there. Yeah, who cares about the resume, right? Technically, Bavaria. I see. A good part of Germany. Okay, okay. My wife comes from Belgium, so I've been pretty close. I drove through Germany on the really fast highway when I was going to Belgium last autumn. And I drove there when I went home in May. I was a housewife for 8 months to help my wife while she was finishing her studies. She's there for her final exams right now. So let's hope that goes well also. I in range spawn tracer. So when I spawn a tracer, I get a temporary tracer, I put it in the VFX holder, and then I add it to the tracer array. Why doesn't this work? Is it because it says it loses... This is a float, so it says like, oh, this is not as accurate as it could be anymore. Yeah, that was it. And this, why is this upset? Is it because of this? No? Why is it upset? The local function parameter weapon type is shadowing an already declared variable at line 33. I have a weapon type here as well. Well, I suppose I don't need that one. She's studying to become a bioengineer. She actually finished a bachelor in biomedicine already, but then she couldn't work as a bioengineer because she was lacking some lab experience and studies which was required. So what do you do for work, Stolen ID? Developing apps, I see. That's why you know so much about programming then. I never had a job as a programmer, so I only have my little experience from the games I make. Nothing much. CAD, what does that stand for? Oh, you modded. That's fun. You made Thomas the Tank Engine as a dragon in Skyrim? Computer-aided design, 3D modeling, etc. I see. I think it was you who told me this, the I in the for loop, that I mark it as an integer. See, I learned. You did Battle for Middle-earth 2, Trove, and Heroes of New Earth. Ah, okay. I didn't know Heroes of New Earth let you mod for it. That's like League of Legends, right? You hate IJ as iterators. I'm an advocate for descriptive names, even if it's more to type. Yeah. I agree. 100%. Hopefully, I am using descriptive enough names. I think I am. Sometimes they are quite long. Index is not that much harder than I. That is true. For index. Spawn tracer. Ah, I need to make it bigger. I see. Wonder if I can make it full screen. Because of the chat. I see. What did I lose here? This part. But I guess it can be all the way here, right? I don't type much outside of this line. But then I never ended up using this actually, or wait, is it only the server maybe who receives this, who sends the signal? That could be. That is very likely. I'll just cheat a little. If it's someone else that receives this, they're not supposed to do anything about it. Print. I am not server. Let's see. Spawn tracer. I just RPC. Everyone gets a tracer. Tracer for all. Something is wrong. I don't think this is how it's supposed to be. Your code, yes. Like, why have I to indicate integer if it's already typed as integer in the same line? That logic doesn't make sense. Yeah. Weapon upgraded does run in the beginning. In the beginning. So maybe I don't need to spawn the tracer here on ready. Out of bounds, get index 0 on base array node 3D. So it didn't add it after all? Like what happens if I buy a bounce? Still nothing? Out of bounds, get index 0 on base array node 3D. Output. Okay. Let's see. Did I spawn the tracers here? Weapon upgraded. Type. correct weapon type and type. That happens. Does this happen? Tracer spawned. Tracer spawned. No, that doesn't happen. So it gets here, but not here. For index in range, tracers to add. Okay, so tracers to add looks at the array size. Okay, it should be the other way maybe. Like this. Like this maybe. Number of bounces minus this array size. I didn't really have any education in programming, no. I did my first programming like a year ago when I started making my game. A year or two. Yeah, I wrote C# in Unity. I did have like 1 month of Python in school sometime. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I told that other guy like if you wanna just learn as you make a project, it's fine. It's doable. Because you don't have to learn as much, you know. If I need to learn how how a player character is supposed to move, I don't have to learn an entire book. I just learn a few things, and I continue just learning a few things anytime I need them. So I have to figure out correct weapon and type. When this happens, I have to figure out why the tracer doesn't spawn. So tracers to add. Rain. I suppose here. Number of bounces. Size of tracer array. You're also kind of self-taught. Cool. Number of bounces 0. Ah, yes, that's true. It starts with 0 bounces. But then, why did it, when I spawn a tracer here, why did it show up 2 then? Ah, it's just until I move it. Okay. If I just go to laser. Beam mesh, and I just have it spawn invisible. Yeah, okay. You did make an apprenticeship after the fact, but more as a formality to get hired easier. At that point, I was already coding for more than 10 years. Wow. Then you have a lot of experience then. It really doesn't seem like the machine gun is bouncing, but not the laser. I did something wrong still. Best decision you made a year ago was to switch to US keyboard? Ah, really? That's interesting. Is it because like the keys that you use a lot during programming is in a better spot, or what's the deal? Number of bounces 0, size of tracer array 1. Right. So I start with 1. Where is it? Go. Laser. I start with the tracer array has a size of 1. When I get 1 bounce, I want the array size to become 2. 1 for the first shot and 1 for the bounce. So that means when the bounce is 1 and the array size is 1, I want to add 1 bounce. Let's see. Like this then. Let's say I have 3 bounces and I currently have 3 tracers. I want 4. So then I get 3 bounces plus 1 is 4 minus 3 is 1 to add, and then yeah, okay. Let's see how this. I buy a bounce. Tracers to add 1. That's correct. Tracers to add 1. Yeah. Okay. But do they bounce? Probably not. So the laser doesn't bounce. Okay, but now we are adding the correct amount of bounces. The tracers, I mean. That's good. We had the size of three tracers now, but they didn't work correctly when they were supposed to bounce. Kind of curious if they do. I have to delete a machine. I have to turn off the machine guns if I'm gonna test. If it's actually bouncing at all. And then it doesn't work. Okay. So let's see if it bounces. Programming languages use a lot of these brackets, and they are much easier to reach on US than German. Alt Guru plus 7 is on German. Yeah. I see. That makes a lot of sense. You could use a program like AutoHotkey to like set up shortcuts if there's certain combinations you want to save. Okay, maybe it doesn't bounce at all actually. Yeah, we did upgrade the bounce here, but yeah, this doesn't bounce. Okay. So we have to figure out why it doesn't bounce. Laser. So the bounce does look at the enemy physical. When we hit an enemy, we hurt him, and then if we have eligible targets in our bounce radius and our weapon stats bounce is larger than 0, we do bounce shot. Prints. Eligible targets. bounces. Okay, so if we do a bounce shot, print doing bounce shot, bounce. Yeah, they picked symbols that are easy for them to reach. Yeah, makes sense. So what are we saying? We start with the raycast target as the previous target. Then we make a duplicate of the eligible targets from the bounce radius. We remove the initial target of our shot because we're not going to bounce on him again. We check if we do a critical hit, because if we do a critical hit, we want to only bounce to critical hurt boxes, yes. We calculate the number of bounces. We are totally going to bounce number of bounces times. So for index in range number of bounces, if temp eligible target is empty, forget about it. Pick bounce target, pick a random one, that's fine, whatever. Once we have our target, we don't want to pick him again next time, so we delete him, that's fine. Bounce target hurt box. If it's a crit, we want his crit hurt box. If it's not, we want his main hurt box. That's fine. If bounce target hurt box. So we have the hurt box now. Hit enemy. Okay, so deal damage to the hurt box basically. Tracer to move. Tracer array I+1. This didn't work. But that's because I renamed it, right? Index. Index +1. And it also this never happened anyways. It didn't hit enemy, it didn't deal damage, so we didn't get that far. This is totally supposed to bounce, right? Let's see, what is it saying here? Eligible targets 2, bounces 0. So the problem here is that our stats doesn't update. Okay, weapon type, class type, weapon type, machine gun. I think that's the correct one. Machine gun that I'm currently testing this with. Laser gun stats. Maybe I did a typo when I referenced the stats bounce, maybe. Stats, bounce. Blah 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 blah. Wait, did I? Huh? Bounce. Where are we upgrading the bounce here? Okay, dude. Okay. So stupid. Ah, lame. Okay, it worked for a second. It worked for 1 second. It did bounce, okay? Invalid type in function move tracer. The object derived class of argument 1 was previously freed. Wait. Oh no. Crashing. Laser. Wait a moment. Did I lose everything? That's lame if I did. Yeah, what the? Seems like I lost everything I did. Oh no. What the hell? Oh. There, I got like a crash because I probably made an error in the code, and then it said like, "Oh, your thing is older than the one on the disk. Do you want to reload it?" And I said like, "Cancel, cancel. I don't want to do anything. Don't touch my stuff." And then my stuff were gone. Unfortunately. So it happened to you as well. I guess I do, yeah. I guess I do. But it can't be that old because I have all of these comments here. Can't be this old. So let's see what happened. For index RPC spawn tracer. Everyone gets a tracer. It's +1 here. This isn't that old. See, it just changes down in the bounce shot. Yeah, everything here. This is what disappeared, I think. See? First off, save this. Go to... So... Well, I worked on my work. Yep. Yes, you did. But my laser here is completely gone, or what? Yeah. Ooh. That has to be some Twitch auto modding, I think. I haven't really touched my stream much when it comes to modding. So my laser gun disappeared for some reason. Okay. What did we need? We needed 2 nodes. We needed 1 for stats, and we needed 1 for reload and fire. Then we have stats, weapon stats, and then we have reload fire. stats need a area target selector. No, that is not necessary. Reload and fire need stats and also area target selector, but that is not actually needed. What we do need is like a area 3D for the bounce targets. Then collision shape of a sphere in there. Then transform the scale 20. Well, let's do 40. I just want to see it working, right? So here we do area target. Target selector needs the player, needs the range zone. I don't think this matters. Eligible targets, okay, save. Then the laser gun. Then need stats. Reload. A VFX holder. No 3D. VFX holder. Muscle location. Eligible children. Target raycast. Camera. Raycast aiming weapons. Gun model. This should be the gun model, I think. Bounce radius. This one. Visibility manager. This one. Mining node. My weapon needs a mining node. Okay, I'll give it to it. Tracer scene. Tracer bullet machine gun. Laser. Impact effect scene. I don't have it. Fire. I don't have it. Don't have it. Okay. You just disable it all, but you can't post if you don't have a certain account age and aren't verified. That gets rid of 99% of the bots and allows my chat to be a bunch. Well, you know what chat is. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. The following files are newer on this world. Project. Oh my god. I can't just open it in Notepad++ outside of Godot and have a look. Can I open this? What? Open what in Notepad? Make a copy. That's a good idea. Godot. Let's see, I have this. Godot, Godot project Omnicore. Yeah. That's it. Did it just give me back everything that I replaced? I think it might have. I did. It took away my work. And then it gave it back to me. Hmm. No, it didn't, because this is the new one I added. Okay, because I have the wrong collision here. Instantiate on null value impact. Yeah, true. A weirdly placed laser gun. A big black laser gun. Okay, so what is going on? That's fine. Just I don't want this. I don't have it yet. Move. Bound shot. Invalid type in function move tracer in base node 3D laser gun. The object derived class argument 1 previously freed is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Argument 1, I guess this is argument 1, tracer to move, right? Red rocket, yeah. Oh, big black laser gun, PBL. Damn you, tracer to move! Why aren't you working? Okay. Let's first remove some spammy spam. Where am I spamming? Here I'm spamming a lot. Go away. Go away. Doing bounce shot. We are totally gonna bounce this number of times. That's fine. Okay, so here is where it goes awry. Print. Tracer to move. I am going to take tracer from index. Hmm. Okay. Wait, why do I have 2 Godots? That's why everything is getting messed up. Oh no. How did that happen? Weapon stats. Did it change? Oops. Oopsie daisy. Hmm. My lasers don't work in multiplayer anymore. What did I do? Well, let's see if it works in single player first. Bounced radius. Check target. Why isn't bounce radius here anymore? Did I lose my bounce radius? Yes, I did, but damn you, double Godot. Invalid type in function move tracer in base node 3D laser gun. The object derived class of argument 1 previously freed is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Exactly what I was thinking. We are currently going to bounce 2 times. I am currently going to take the tracer from index 1. Tracer to move is a freed object. What might have happened is that maybe the tracer script got reset as well. Bullet tracer. Mm. Let's try without that thing. Is there anything else queue free? No. So we create the timer and then turn it invisible. Okay. Well, it's not quite working, but oh no. Ay, ay, ay. Yo, Wolf Weredev, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it. It seems like when the laser changes targets that it bounces on, it struggles to change completely direction and shape in a single frame, basically. My guess is that it's kinda interpolates between the last position and stuff and the new one, and the angle and everything, and then it just... Can I do something so that this laser completely ignores interpolation, I wonder? Basic of... Yep, 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 yep. It's still messy when it changes targets. You can see that times it targets the same guy twice, then it's not so bad. Not good either though. Bit too long. Okay, now with a longer duration, I can see how it inherits its movement from the gun. So then maybe that's what messes it up. But if we do player, that's probably what I want for single target actually. When I just gonna laser down a single enemy. But so maybe the the main laser I'm shooting should actually stay like this. We'll see, but this VFX holder. What if I do like a node and then I place this in there? What happens then? Because what I'm, yeah, look, now it's, now it stays where I shoot from. It's because the node doesn't inherit from the gun anymore. And now it looks like the lasers are a lot more clean. Whee. Yeah, now the lasers are definitely more clean. Let's see. The first tracer I spawn, which is gonna be like the main tracer. I do wonder if I can spawn that somewhere else then. Spawn initial tracer. Actually, I can just add it as a child of this node, right? I just add child. Okay, so just like this. Now maybe the main laser will follow the gun. Then I should see laser physics. Huh? Ah, okay. Mm. Okay, now it's pretty smooth, right? I don't know. Let's see. And then we bounce it 3 times, bounce. Why isn't this? Ah, there we go. They weren't in range, I guess. Because now the laser is pretty accurate, even though I'm moving, and the laser I'm shooting in the first place follows me. This is probably what I want then. Today, I feel like I did a whole bunch of nothing, but that's fine. As long as I keep working, there will be progress, little by little. Hmm. Node origin and target are in the same position. Look at failed. Like that then. If temporary timeout. So what I'm thinking is like this is made for bullets, right? And that's why it's flashing off and on. I can use this temporary keyword to treat bullets, and then for the laser I will have like a toggle instead. Toggle bull. I guess I don't need a function for this. I could just like set the visible true or false. And what I would also want is for the intensity of the emission glow to increase as you keep targeting the same target for a longer time so that it glows brighter, and then I will increase the damage while that happens as well. I think that's the plan, right? I use a different script for the laser mesh. Don't think that's needed. Uh, bullet effects, laser mesh. Quite certain I don't need this. Let's see. Which one is it that uses it? Player weapons, bullet effects, laser mesh. Remove. Depending on. Yeah, I'm not using this. Delete it. Let's see, emission strength. Emission. Emission. Mission energy multiplier. Material. The material is standard material. Hurtbox material. Get active material. Like target the mesh. Mesh instance 3D. Target that. Dot get active material. And then I guess I can copy this. And I think it goes from like 0 to 16 or something. Ensure unique material. So every beam should have their unique material, I guess.
something like this, then now I can pass the energy multiplier, and that should hopefully increase the glow of the laser. Okay, let's wrap things up before I go get some dinner now. So the to-do list today was not very big. We didn't get very many things done compared to other days, but we did make these two weapon stat script, reload fire script, which the point of these are to making weapons in the future easier. So hopefully that is going to be the case. Then it was worth it. Laser weapon. Honestly, I don't feel like I'm quite done with anything for the laser, to be honest. So I think I will just keep this here for tomorrow, and I'll just make a quick note that we started working on the laser weapon. And then these tracer effects, we did do something with them. Let's see. We reduced
computational cost, maybe, of the tracers. I think we did. Not instead of instantiating new tracers every shot, we reuse the same ones. This is also done for each bouncing shot. So that's our complete list of what we did today. Thank you, QRT42, you too, or Kurt, I should say. And thank you, new followers. Thank you, people who came back. Stolnadi, Kurt. Nice to have someone to talk to. We had a heavy discussion about AI today as well. Maybe it's good to keep things a bit more related to Godot, perhaps, unless you liked it, of course. It seemed to get a little heated. With that, I'm off. Yes, more like logical fallacies, indeed. But it was fun today. See you tomorrow, I hope. Goodbye.